Happy Pink and Green Inauguration Day today. Good morning to each of you. The regular meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Mr. Superintendent, are there any items to be added to the agenda?
Madam Chair, we have no items to be added to the agenda.
May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Corn and second by Ms. Rupert. All in favor of closing the agenda indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to approve all final orders?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Rupert and second by Ms. Aladaff. Is there any discussion? All in favor of approving all final orders, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. All final orders have been approved. I now declare this special school board meeting adjourned. The regular meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In order for the meeting to operate in an appropriate professional environment, at this time, we respectfully request that all cell phones and other electronic devices be either turned off or put in the silence mode. Please step out of the boardroom if you need to answer your cell phone or make a call, as talking on your cell phone during the meeting is not permitted. Public comments will be accepted on all agenda items in the following manner. Any person may present live comments by attending the K.C. Wright Administration Building's boardroom at 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33301. In accordance with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention guidelines, each person will be required to wear a face covering for their nose and mouth. Individuals are responsible for providing their own mask and must remain at least 6 feet from other attendees upon arrival as they enter the KCW building and until his or her departure. Any person who submitted written comments regarding the notice agenda items to Naomi Gutierrez, Supervisor, Official School Board Records at 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, or by email to publiccomment@browardschools.com no later than 2 hours in advance of the published time of the regular school board meeting. Anonymous comments were not accepted. Therefore, each written comment must include the person's name and address pursuant to School Board Policy 1100A. In the event a large group of individuals, more than 20, sign up to speak on one agenda item, the board chair has the authority to adjust the time for each speaker and or limit the overall time speakers will be heard on that item. The chair has limited the overall time for speakers on this agenda to 30 minutes. At this time, I would like to request a moment of silence for Ms. Gisela Sanchez Rivera, an ASD teacher from Lauderhill Paul Turner Elementary School, who passed away on Monday, January 11th. She will be missed by the entire Lauderhill Paul Turner family. Let's keep this family lifted up in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you. As we prepare to begin our regular school board meeting, we're reminded that our vision is to educate today's students to succeed in tomorrow's world. Our purpose today and every day is to achieve this goal. May the chair have a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the following meeting. November 17th, 2020, annual organizational meeting. November 17th, 2020, special meeting. December 15th, 2020, special exposure.
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. Corn and second by Ms. Good. Is there any discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes as listed indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. The minutes are approved. Mr. Superintendent, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have the following proposed changes to the agenda. H3, personnel for non-instructional appointments and leaves for the 2020-2021 school year has been revised. 006, invitation to bid 18-173T for animal control services, that's withdrawn. 0012, fiscal year 21, identification and card solutions, added item. And the last one is 0013, agreement with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has been added. We've also, staff has provided answers to board member questions that were posed during the January 12th agenda planning session. Those items have been posted on the Granicus system for public viewing as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for the said changes. May the chair have a motion and a second to close the agenda.
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. Corn and second by Ms. Allerdale. All in favor of closing the agenda indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. The school board will consider agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items, single letter items on the agenda that will be pulled for separate discussion. All remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider H3, followed by any other H items that were pulled from the agenda for discussion. After the H items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items, single letter items pulled for discussion for a given letter, and then consider any open items, double letter items for the same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond to this order. The next item of business is the consent agenda. This is the time that board members advise the chair of those items they wish to address. Subsequent to this, the chair will ask staff and if any members of the public submitted written comments for an item which has not already been pulled by a board member. All those items not pulled for separate consideration will then be approved on the consent agenda. For the following consent items, are there any board members that would like to discuss any other H items? H3 is automatically pulled. Ms. Rupert.
H4, please. 4.
H4, Ms. Allerdale.
H4, specifically Mr. Williams.
Okay. Any other H items, board members? Okay. Any A items? Ms. Corn?
A3.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Good?
can we request, at least I don't have it before me, one of the spreadsheets that lists all the items so that we can mark off?
Hold on, you can have mine.
I don't have it either.
Me neither. It's really helpful. We can all get one.
This one?
I use it all the time, so. Thank you. There may be others that need it as well.
Okay. If
Thank
you
you.
need a organization sheet, please raise your hand.
It should be blue, right? What color?
Ms. Rupert and Ms. Corn.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you.
So we have for H4, Ms. Aladaff and Ms. Rupert. For A3, we have Ms. Corn. Any other board members would like to pull any other A items? Any E items? E1? F1? K items, K1 or K2? L items, L1? Any O items? Ms. Corn?
04, please. And just a quick question. I cannot, with the numbers changing, I haven't been able to find where the Brain Pop educational programs was put on the new yellow, pink agenda. Can someone help me?
Ms. Corn, it's my understanding that the Brain Pop item was pulled.
That's what I thought. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Any other O items? Any S items? Is there anyone from the audience who would like to speak to an item that has not already been requested for discussion?
And
Dr. Nesmith, do we have any online submittals for any item that has not already been pulled?
Madam Chair, we had no request for public speaking to any of the agenda items for today's meeting.
Go
just a quick comment.
ahead.
Madam Chair, and I just wanted to, again, I had questions on E1, and Mr. Katz has addressed those, so I just wanted to thank him for that. Thank you. I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Corn and second by Ms. Good. Is there any discussion? Any discussion from the audience? All in favor of approving the consent agenda indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. At this time, board members will identify the open items they will be asking questions of staff. This will better manage staff time by letting them know which open items we intend to address. Any BB items? Anyone on the BB items? Any JJ items? Ms. Corn?
JJ 10, please.
Any KK items? Any double O items? Ms. Aladaff?
0011.
Anyone for RR1?
Oh, I had an sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ms.
13.
Leonardi.
13.
Okay. Ms. Horn?
RR1.
RR?
Yes.
Okay. We sound like pirates.
As we begin taking items for the regular school board meeting, the public will have the opportunity to speak to items. I would like to remind the public that speakers are advised to refrain from obscene and vulgar conduct, slanderous remarks, or statements that tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. Speakers are reminded to demonstrate proper decorum and model the district's 8 character traits. cooperation, responsibility, citizenship, kindness, respect, honesty, self-control, and tolerance. May the chair have a motion and a second to consider H3.
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. Good and second by Ms. Rupert. Is there any discussion from the audience on H3? Any board member discussion on H3? All in favor of approving? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. I had a few questions about the two people for,
Ms. Rupert, pull your mic up. Thank you.
for the project coordinator position, as well as the other project. It is my understanding, and I just want to clarify it, that Ms. Fields was working for Dickey Consulting Services, which is what's on our paper here for backup, as the procurement manager, and that she was actually augmenting staff for the school board. So my question was, when you look at the resume and the criteria for this position and last job that you had, or that person had, who did they do a background check with or ask for references? Was it either Dickey or was it our school board where she was actually working?
Good morning, Eric Chisholm, Director of Talent Acquisition Operations, Non-Instructional. Just give me one moment. While I'm looking, Ms. Rupert, is there another question also?
Sorry, I'm locked out of my computer.
That's okay.
So I have to go on my notes, otherwise I'd be able to pull it up for you. Ms. Fields worked for us, and as a sub with Dickey Consulting, but strictly to augment our staff, which was greatly needed. My question is, the recommended position is for projects coordinator for PPO. Did we get a last reference, or at least did we talk to PPO, or did we talk to Dickey Consulting for a letter of recommendation, or that's what I'm asking?
Absolutely. Miami-Dade College we spoke with, Broward College, as well as Dickey Consulting Services.
Could you say that again? It's kind of
Sure.
hard to hear.
I'll start with the most recent, Dickey Consulting Services. She had been there for 2 years, and we also spoke with Broward College, where she had been there for a number of years, and we thirdly spoke with Miami-Dade College, where she had been for 3 years.
Okay, so not PPO?
We did not.
Okay, was there a reason?
It wasn't required. It wasn't a requirement to do so. Certainly, the employer was Dickey Consulting, and that's who her salary was being earned by. So we were certainly able to get a reference from them successfully.
Okay, but where she was placed was where?
Say
Where
that
she
again?
was placed was where?
You mean the work that she was doing in facilities? So which did you want to offer? Oh, you're helping me out. What I will say to you, our background check and our reference checks are very important, that we focus on the employer who they're working with. They actually have the specific obligation to the employee. So that's traditionally what our process is. What I will tell you, there is nothing restricting us from asking anyone of a reference check. It is not restricting us to do that, but our due diligence is to ensure that we speak with the employer.
Okay, so if I'm understanding this, and let me go on the record, I absolutely am going to support this item here because this is what you put forward, but I actually wanted to talk about process for a little bit. And for me, it's extremely important that that process, if the end work spot is the school board of Broward County, in a certain department, I would think and hope that in the future, somebody reaches out to the current, let's just call it the current manager, that was her direct report, et cetera, to gauge what kind of a worker he or she, was for us, instead of going to ask the subcontractor for us, but she was placed in PPO, right?
Can I offer the other side of that?
Please.
The recruitment side looks a little bit differently. When we think about it, they are employed by Dickey Consultant, so performance would be reported through Dickey Consultant
Right.
to the school district. So if there are some performance issues, the school district would have an obligation to report that to Dickey Consultant. And the recommendation was phenomenal. It was outstanding from Dickey Consulting. So that is a reflection of the work that she's been doing with the school district for the last year and a half. So that's what we look at. I think you're asking for that next level of due diligence, which when the supervisor, if that is something that we need to do, we can consider that. But I will tell you the due diligence is really done because it's all connected, and evaluations and references and things are handled in that manner.
Okay. And this is part of an open meeting here, so I don't really want to talk about the person at all. I truly, I think we're missing something, my perspective, for a performance evaluation, let's just call it, for me, and it's definitely not, quote, you don't have to do it, and certainly one board member is just, I'm just sharing my thoughts here, is that if somebody was working in KCW building with a bunch of, and I'm just making the place up, with a bunch of people that are our employees, and they are an employee through our consulting firm representing us, I don't see why you wouldn't ask whoever she was directly working for or with at that particular department. Just a thought, as we move forward. And obviously, this item, the same thing with the other gentleman as well. Just make sure that the departments, if they were working in them, that there is some say there, and perhaps it is. Perhaps it's on Alan's level, and perhaps it's on Mr. Runcie's level, or Jeff Mokran. But it gave me pause, because if I were looking for someone to work for us, and they're the top pick, I wouldn't necessarily, besides calling and getting a reference from Dickey, I would certainly ask, I don't know, Sam Bays or Mark Dorset or whoever, how's this person doing? So that's what I want to say on this.
Thank you.
I think there's a process at some point that we need to do that, especially when we have not done very good background checks on some people that we've hired. So thank you.
Thank you for the feedback.
So through the chair, if I can just add one comment. I've been waiting to jump in. Thank you, Mr. Chisholm, and thank you for the question as well. So as you all recall, the majority of you, scheduling and planning is a critically important function in the PPO department. We're bringing back that department. This is a high-level area, high concern area for us, and I know that both Mark and Sam have not informed me or communicated that there's any issues with this individual. I believe they've worked directly with them. If there were, we would not be bringing this item forward. So I just want to let the board know that there's a level of comfort from the operations side of the house that this individual can do work in that department effectively.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not saying that it wasn't. And I'm very thankful that you just reminded me about something. Yes, we absolutely need to add people back in at the level. I mean, when you're looking at the Council of Great City Schools and you're looking at their recommendations, of course it was, adding schedulers, adding people to that list. 100% understand that. Just make sure, that's all I'm going to say, that I'm glad that you're following the recommendations of the Great City Schools, and I look forward to having your team with the right amount of people to get our business moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more board discussion? Okay. Thank you. I need to go back. I was brought to my attention that Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh wanted to speak on this item, and she didn't hear when I asked for public comment, so I'm going to ask if she could come at this time.
Good morning, Natalie Lynch-Walsh. Thank you, Dr. Osgood. I actually did hear you, but I'm in stilettos, and I can only run so fast to get in here from out there. So thank you. I'm also going to speak to H4, just as a preemptive strike there. Okay, so one of my hobbies that I don't have time for is reviewing the now H3, and there were a lot of positions related to PPO, which sparked my interest, 2 projects coordinators. There's also a scheduler, also slated to be hired today. So the public doesn't get to see the resumes right off the bat. So I usually look at job descriptions. So for the benefit of the new school board members, basically, when you get H3, you've got to pull job descriptions, compare them to the resumes. And for PPO in particular, which actually the task force will be looking at the org chart as it relates to all facilities positions in the next month or so, you want to make sure that the Council of Great City Schools recommendations are being implemented with fidelity, or else there's no point to it. We don't know what the entire structure of this branch of PPO really looks like, who's in the boxes, and why they're there. But we do know that you have at least 2 school board policies related to getting the best qualified people. So for instance, policy 4000, personnel policy statement. Through its personnel policies, the School Board of Broward County, Florida, herein referred to as the board, wishes to establish conditions that will attract and hold the best qualified personnel for all positions. Policy 4001, recruitment and selection of personnel. The Broward County Public School System shall secure the kind of teachers and other personnel it desires by an effective recruitment program based on prompt recognition of good candidates, the immediate initiation of positive action to obtain these candidates, and the practice of good personnel employment techniques in dealing with all applicants. So the PPO positions fall under FTF. We'll be looking at that. Accountant 3, the person that's getting hired as accountant 3 has a bachelor's in public administration. That's not a traditional degree for an accountant. It suggests no formal accounting training, so I would look into that. The assistant director that's being task assigned to procurement and warehousing services, there's a problem with the org chart. All the functional areas need to report to this position for it to make sense. Currently, only process analysts report to it, not strategic and construction sourcing, which is the largest part of the department most likely. And the position on the org chart is listed as assistant director, procurement compliance. So those are just a few things to clean up there that I noticed in going through H3. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor of approving item H3 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Now is the time where we recognize our new employees. Ms. Hickson.
Okay, I'd like to recognize Joanne Constant, the Clinical Nurse Coordinator, Student Health Services. Gina Daughtery, Assistant Coordinator, Food and Nutrition Services. Carissa Erickson, Supervisor, Foster Care Services. Cheryl Fields, Project Coordinator, Physical Plant Operations. Omar Garcia Diaz, Temporary Assignment, Working Out of Classification, Supervisor, Logistics and Relocation Services. Cornel Jenkins, Project Coordinator, Physical Plant Operations. Heather Catcher, Clinical Nurse Coordinated Student Health Services. And Atilio Leon, Temporary Assignment, Working Out of Classification as Supervisor, Logistics and Relocation Services. Congratulations.
And I'd like to congratulate our new Supervisor 2 in Custodial, Guillermo Plur. Our new temporary assignment for working out of classification as our route planner, Lafrida Reeder. Our new accountant 3, Homer Sellers. Our task assignment and the assistant director for procurement and warehousing services, Mauricio Stradiotti. Our continued task assignment for our chief portfolio services officer, John Sullivan. Our new scheduler for physical plant operations, Alex Terabili. Our database researcher 1, Valeria Torres. And our new clinical nurse for coordinated student health services, Sasha West.
Registered nurse for school health. Congratulations to Heather Brummer.
Thank you, and congratulations to all of our new hires. At this time, you can return to your jobs, or you can stay here with us for the rest of the day. So we're going to pause a moment to give you time, those of you that want to leave, to leave. At this time, we're going to go to committee reports. We're going to start with our student advisor, Gianna.
Good morning. My name is Gianna Alaman, and I'm the student advisor to the school board. This week, we had our first Broward Student Activities Association meeting with representatives from a variety of clubs from different schools, including Best Buddies, Debate, National Honor Society, among others. This is an opportunity for different clubs to collaborate with each other and share event ideas, market, and gain connections with students around the county. We are very excited for the future of this organization and all that we can accomplish together. Thank you.
Thank you. Broward Council of PTAs, PTSAs. Broward Teachers Union.
Good morning, Superintendent, school board members. Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President, speaking for our members and our whole bargaining unit. So today's a great day for most people in the country, but it's still not such a great day for our Broward County employees, our educators and our support staff, because you guys have taken a position to not stand for them and to stick up for them or to advocate for them. You have allowed your legal team and other upper management to not commit to taking care of the people that are taking care of our students. You force people back into the schools that are the most critically ill. It's bad enough that our people that are in good health are able to go back into the schools because many want to, and many, even if they don't want to, because the death of this virus has doubled in Florida, has continued to rise, but because you guys want business as usual. It's beautiful in here with the social distancing, but I walk schools with 22 kids in a kindergarten room, physical kids. Oh yes, it happened. And it's deplorable when an admin doesn't want to allow the union representatives to just say hi to the educators and to check on them to make sure things are being done correctly, and forced out and threatened again with police. Yes, that happened to me yesterday. Again. One school. But that admin continues to do bad behaviors and you allow it. And every other school graciously opened up doors, graciously allowed us to see what was going on because they want to do what's right. Not everybody agrees that people should be forced back. And our admin are caught in a horrible position because they have to figure it out without the proper guidance, because they get called into meeting after meeting after meeting without the proper guidance, or they're scared to speak up because they may not get their contract renewed next year. That is a horrible way to work in Broward County Public Schools. And we just said to new employees, welcome to Broward County Public Schools. I said good luck under my breath. Hopefully they got that positive vibe. So we've got teachers and support staff with cancer, sickle cell, heart conditions, kidney disease, lung disease, have given organs, have gotten organs. The Nova custodian died of COVID. He had an organ transplant and diabetes too. It struck him and he died that quick. Do you care? Then you get mad at me because I ask. Well, how can I not continue to ask? Because your actions show you don't. And then you have a legal team that attacks board members that want to stand up for the people that they were elected by. They're not just standing up for the educators that teach our children. They're standing up for humans that walk into the schools to educate our children, to show them that you need to do right. To fight back against those horrible people that attacked our national capital. What do we tell our students? Ignore it, close your eyes, take a blind eye. That's basically what you're saying when Rocco Diaz gets pressured by management in this county. As I stand and protect teachers, I stand and protect students. That young man stood with us yesterday, and I saw him tremble and worried afterwards he'd get backlash. He's a minor, and he's a student that is smart and brilliant and is seeing between the horrible management that continues to make horrible choices. And you guys were elected to make sure it's not done. We will continue to fight for people that are in our schools that social distancing has to be demanded, not if we can. And that's the message that's been given. And I'm walking the schools, and that's the message I see. When we can't walk past this door, if you've got one more person that needs to be in here. But in our schools, you're convinced that it doesn't spread. Well, you tell me why 1,800 people in our Broward County Public Schools have COVID. So I'm asking you to do the right thing. Arbitration starts tomorrow. We can still finish this. Grant the people that need to stay home, stay home.
Thank you.
65% of our students are remote. Put
Broward
that in your head.
Education Foundation. District Advisory Council. Diversity Committee.
Good morning, Superintendent Mr. Robert Runcie, Chair Lady, AKA Dr. Rosalind Osgood, school board members, and staff. My name is Carlton Krall, Chair of the Small Business Advisory Committee meeting, managed by the Economic Development and Diversity Compliance Department. At the October meeting, we welcomed 2 new members approved by the SBAB based on Policy 3330. Shahiwa Jarrett Gallen is founder of the Broward County Black Chamber of Commerce, and Christina Prada is co-founder of Target Bridge Marketing Agency. In November, they went through an orientation to introduce them to the district and EDC. In addition, orientation included information on the role of the Small Business Advisory Committee related to district policies and how to do business with Broward schools. The last meeting centered on a presentation of the EDDC annual report, fiscal year 2019 through 2020. The data provided insight on EDDC progress in advancing the Supplier Diversity Outreach Program. The primary significance of the data is the underutilization of African American and women-owned firms. As a committee, we discussed the department's plan to enhance marketing, study trends, and amplify efforts to target and attract additional suppliers among those underutilized groups. The intention is to engage them in the bidding process and to increase prime participation. Lastly, we also reviewed proposals for segmented goals that were prepared to go before the superintendent's goal-setting committee meeting. We believe this continuation of progress shows real opportunity for the targeted groups and will bring them to the table to fully engage in district contracting. Blessings to the Broward County School Board system. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Facilities Task Force.
Good morning. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Chair of the Facilities Task Force. This is the report for our January 7th and 14th subcommittee and regular meetings. January 7th, 2021, FTF has established a subcommittee to address member concerns and agenda items requiring more research. We look forward to working with the Diversity Committee on equity concerns related to pre-bond and bond-related projects, prioritization of projects, and the equitable distribution of resources to those projects. At the first meeting, we looked at information and resources needed to answer the question of which deficiencies identified in 2014 have been addressed. We identified the need for scope validation reports, PPO work orders, district design standards and specifications related to media centers, STEM labs, culinary art labs, music, and art rooms. We also identified the need for school-by-school painting status report. At the regular meeting held the same night, it included a subcommittee report on the status of the subcommittee agenda items, including the PMOR evaluation tool. Discussion that night with district staff and AECOM did not result in providing the group with any clarification of or resolution to the deviations from the RFQ, board approved RFQ, or missing objective metrics. As a result, 3 additional subcommittee meetings were scheduled to further discuss as necessary the evaluation tool. We also reviewed and discussed the state of the capital program, the presentation that was done at the board workshop with AECOM Program Director Kathleen Langen, including the following. Project and program schedule rebaselining. While the rebaseline schedules seem consistent with Atkins fiscal year 26 projections for the program, they were not finalized apparently because of board member direction to review whether timelines could be expedited. FTF reviewed the current status of the program as a whole, including the number of roofs to be completed, the 2018 baseline histogram, bottlenecks, and statistical probability of completing the program under the 2018 baseline schedule. No FTF members expressed a belief that timelines could be expedited, i.e. made more consistent with the HERE projections. Market capacity and project managers. Some of the board workshop discussion identified the need for better project managers. We also discussed the need to identify market capacity in terms of what the construction and related industries can realistically deliver. We also confirmed FTF would continue to receive monthly reports, not that we've been getting them monthly. AECOM indicated FTF would be sent a schedule the next day by district and phase based on the updated project schedule reset. A report was sent Friday as promised, but not received by FTF until the following Thursday. We also discussed inefficiencies and outdated processes and policies and structural and organizational misalignment that was in the presentation. Some of the inefficiencies and problems discussed were as follows. HERE kept a separate database from eBuilder. Neither the district nor Atkins had access to the data sets. Project managers kept separate spreadsheets instead of entering raw data into eBuilder. The district purchased some modules and not others at the front end of the program. Think penny wise, pound foolish. The need for an updated long-term capital plan, and lack of efficiency and structure in the district organization. We asked about the status of an asset management company, and we're told that inspections are being done with PPO and that the roofs completed as part of the SMART program are fine. We continue to face delays and lack of responses to the FTF follow-up list and reporting. January 14th, 2021 subcommittee meeting. FTF received an updated evaluation tool and reviewed it on January 14th, 2021. No staff from OCP or AECOM attended that meeting, which produced even more questions than the first one. As a result, the FTF chair sent to the school board chair an email outlining the group's frustration and concerns over the lack of response and resolution related to FTF concerns. Currently, though, staff and AECOM are addressing FTF concerns and beginning to make the necessary revisions to the evaluation tool, including contacting the EDDC department to facilitate the measurement of vendor EDDC contract compliance. We look forward to this continued collaboration so the board can approve evaluation tools, because there are two, that clearly, effectively, and fairly define, measure, and evaluate the program manager's performance while bringing about the continuous improvement necessary to facilitate the district's use of key performance indicators to manage its capital program. Our next virtual subcommittee meetings will be Thursday, January 21st and 28th, and our next regular virtual meeting will be Thursday, February 4th from 7 to 9 p.m. These should be on the district calendar. And we'll have a subcommittee meeting on February 4th from 6 to 7. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other committee reports?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have a committee report from Ms. Jackie Luscombe, who is the chair of ESC Advisory Council. If I had to select one question that I am hearing more than any other from families of students with disabilities, it is, when can children have their therapists back on campus for face-to-face services? Now that semester 2 is well underway, parents and caregivers need to know that this is an issue, that this issue is being considered now as an urgent matter, and having a starting date set ASAP so that professionals can be drawing up schedules without further delay. Registered behavioral technicians and ABA therapists provide a critical lifeline for families and make the difference between a child's ability to return to school in person or remain at home where they may be falling further and further behind. It is thus the difference between a child receiving FAPE, a free appropriate public education. In some cases, the ability to have the ABA therapist alongside them or not is also a safety issue affecting not only the child, but others around them, and a vital emotional support. ESC Advisory holds its monthly virtual meeting, its virtual monthly meeting next week, and having a definitive decision on a starting date for this would be a positive and important step. Also, please be aware of the continuing critical shortage of speech therapists, which has meant that some students in this district have no speech therapy services for the entire academic year to date, in breach of their IEPs. There was also a failure at school level to even communicate about this to some parents until advisory inquired about it at a district level. Communication costs nothing. Speech therapists, of course, do, and there may be merit in the school board looking into whether Broward is offering the most competitive and attractive environment possible for these valuable professionals in order to establish a sufficient level of service provision in line with requirements, since breaching federal law cannot continue to be the approach. As ever, our thanks go out to all who work with and for our children. Thank you, Ms. Luscombe. The next committee report comes from Ms. Beth Ann Carr, who's the chair of the Technology Advisory Committee. We have been unable to secure the number of people required to meet physical quorum since the in-person meeting requirement was imposed. We held informational meetings using Teams in December and January, which has good attendance and participation. Here's what we discussed. Update on dark fiber project. The site surveys have been completed. During the spring, schools will be migrated to provide faster connectivity. IT service management is being standardized throughout the district. Teachers will contact the school's microtech, who will contact the IT help desk. Polycom cameras were fully deployed to secondary schools. Microsoft Teams has additional professional support rolling out. A Windows-based cloud solution is being rolled out to allow students to attend CTAST labs on a variety of computers when they are not able to get to a CTAST lab. Current licenses are allowed to be used for the software. Further tweaking of this will occur so that the district maximizes connectivity without paying for cloud services when not being used. The network outage on January 4th was discussed. Increased network traffic requires updates over the winter break. However, when schools reopened, the security system was being overzealous, treating internal traffic as if it were the outside and disallowing. Service was back in 1.5 hours. We discussed at what point would families be responsible for lost and damaged equipment. Reference was made to past policies that were implemented in the district for schools with widespread computer usage. And the very last committee report comes from Lisa Maxwell, who is the executive director of the Broward Principals and Assistants Association. Board members, superintendent, general counsel, district staff, and community. On behalf of the Broward Principals and Assistants Association, I would like to address some of the misinformation being put forth by the Broward Teachers Union. While there was much controversy promoted by this outside organization, within each of our schools, principals have been working collaboratively with teachers to find solutions that best serve the operational needs of the schools, which includes, by definition, what is in the best interest of our students as well as our staff. This all has been conducted with care diligence, and a concerted effort to both keep people safe and healthy and to meet the academic needs of our students. This is by far the most difficult task ever assigned to school principals in this district. I can report to you that nearly half of the teachers who were out on ADA accommodations have been granted continued remote work assignments. Many teachers who were out on these accommodations actually asked to return as they are deeply concerned about their students, as many are failing. They informed the principal that they wanted to come back, that they miss their students, and that they know the students learn best when instruction is done in person. The principals work to communicate the safety measures that are in place, including class transitions, directional signage, hand sanitizing stations, and cleaning protocols in the classrooms, removing furniture in order to maintain social distancing in classrooms as well as in cafeterias and other common spaces. Teachers know and trust that principals are doing everything that they can to keep everyone at a school safe. These are not the teachers who are actually BTU employees who have descended upon schools recently, disrupting instruction and bringing the possibility of COVID spread themselves. These are classroom teachers devoted to children who are doing their jobs. To suggest that principals, the superintendent, or any other district staff are not empathetic to the health conditions of employees is ridiculous and reckless. It is simply not true. The teachers union acts like they are the only employees who have had to return to work in order to maintain employment. Workers at grocery stores, hospitals, banks, restaurants, etc. have been back working for months. They did not get a COVID leave, which continued to pay them while at the same time allowing them to preserve their sick leave. Principals and assistant principals and many teachers have been back in schools for months. Many have health conditions or are over the age of 65. We have all faced hardship through this pandemic. The behavior of BTU is, in my opinion, one of entitlement and lacks foundation or merit. It's further proof that BTU is simply trying to use the media to address personal grudges with specific principals who have in the past pushed against BTU antics. BTU has listed in their frivolous lawsuit schools which do not and never had any teachers out on COVID accommodations. The only reason why they would list such schools and continue to visit these schools and harass the staff is because they have personal vendettas against principals and are trying to gain public sympathy for a cause that they have manufactured. The lawsuit naming principals, while filed before principals, had a chance to even determine if they would be able to give teachers remote work accommodations. There are principals listed in this frivolous lawsuit who have now granted everyone at their school who is on a medical accommodation a remote work assignment so that they can continue to work from home. This is just further evidence that this is simply a publicity stunt, and a poorly executed one at that. Balancing the academic needs of our students with the health needs of our staff is by far one of the most difficult challenges principals have ever faced, but with few exceptions, which are largely union stewards in schools. The teachers have shown up determined, brave, and ready to help our students bridge the learning gap so many now have to overcome. Principals are proud of our teachers and will continue to work hard to keep everyone safe and make sure our students learn and are prepared to meet the challenges of life. And Madam Chair, that concludes the committee reports for today's meeting.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Superintendent, is there a superintendent's report today?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a couple of comments. First, I'm happy to report that the Broward County Public Schools has coordinated with the Broward Health Department to provide the COVID-19 vaccine to our permanent employees who are 65 years old or older, who are providing critical services to our students. This again is our full-time employees, doesn't include temporary or substitute staff at this time. Per the governor's executive order, only individuals who are 65 years old and older are eligible for the vaccine at this time. All eligible employees have been identified and will be notified by the district directly. We will continue to ask the governor as well as make a national plea to prioritize all teachers and district personnel in the next phase of the distribution of the COVID-19 vaccine. I would like to give a thank you to Dr. Facci and her entire staff for their continued and unwavering support of Broward County Public Schools. She's been a pleasure to work with, always picks up the phone when I call her, so I really appreciate their collaboration. We continue to advocate often for teachers and staff as they're considered essential workers and must be in the next round of prioritization for the virus. Some other developments regarding enrollment at the schools, 37% have opted for in-person. Regarding the 59,000 students who we identified who are not making adequate academic progress, about 49% of them have opted in, leaving about 30,000 who we are still connecting with to have conversations with them about returning for face-to-face in-person instruction. You know, a big thank you to our teachers and staff, including bus drivers and aides, food service workers, custodians, clerks, and administrative staff, all who have been back to work on our campuses since October 9th. We continue to rely on data, science, and facts, not fear, not misinformation, not intimidation, and certainly not threats, to make decisions on when and how to best open and keep our schools open. We have been so cautious that we were the first district in the state of Florida to close, and we were the last to open. That same level of care has created a safe learning environment in our schools. In fact, our public health officials and medical experts have confirmed that our health and safety protocols are effective and our schools are not sources of secondary transmission of the coronavirus. We have created a controlled environment in our schools by putting health and sanitation protocols in place, including daily health checks before students and teachers leave home, more space around children on buses, wearing masks, frequent hand washing, smaller class sizes, maintaining distance in classrooms and cafeterias, making sure our ventilation systems are properly maintained. So it is no wonder that cases of COVID-19 are more likely to be contracted in the community than in our schools. We have granted over 600 remote work assignments based on the operational needs of each school. These several hundred remote work assignments are consistent with our planning, state law, and our promises. This is wholly consistent with our MOU with the Broward Teachers Union, an agreement which provides flexibility for determining how many teachers are needed, and an agreement which will continue through the remainder of this school year. It is also consistent with the Florida Department of Executive Order 2020-07, which was issued in late November. And it is consistent with Broward's Spring 2021 educational plan that was recently approved by the Florida Department of Education in December. At this moment, we need to remain steadfast in our responsibilities, commitment, and love for our children in Broward County by doing what we must do to address the challenges that they are facing. We are now faced with the following realities. Students receiving failing grades is up from 4% to 11%. Habitually truant students had risen from 1,700 a year ago in the first quarter to over 8,200. And as we mentioned earlier, and most alarming is that we've identified about 59,000 students who are not making adequate academic progress as they are struggling academically and socially and emotionally. This is also a significant equity issue, as 84% of the students who are struggling and not making adequate academic progress are Black and Hispanic. 24% are students with disabilities. 34% are English language learners. And 69% are low income on our free and reduced lunch program. We can and must do better for these children. We are responsible for providing them with a quality education, and that is our highest priority at this moment. We need all hands on deck, and we need teachers in our classroom for students who have returned. Even if it's only a few students in a class, those students deserve a teacher at the front of the classroom. My final thought on this day, January 20th, is that I pray that we'll move beyond the anger, malice, and hate that seems to have become commonplace. We need to move to a world where our children know that facts, and truth matter. We need to move to a world where tolerance, compassion, forgiveness, and love drive our thinking. We must do this for our children who deserve the best chance we can give them to create a better future. Madam Chair, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. At this time, we're going to proceed with our H items. May I have a motion and a second to move H4 to the floor?
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Good and second by Ms. Corn. Any public comment on H4?
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Okay, unfortunately, the public doesn't get to see all of the backup associated with discipline items. However, there is enough detail in the board item itself to raise some questions. There's often questions about the application of policy 4.9, but in this case, the good news is it does seem to have been followed. SIU or EEO investigation? Check. Professional Standards Committee? Check. The question, though, that's not mentioned here is what was their recommendation? Then we get into district semantics, and new board members, please pay attention, because it says, the superintendent reviewed and agreed to this discipline. Doesn't say the PSC recommended discipline. And the fact that it says this discipline is important. Was the PSC recommendation the 10-day suspension that's on this board item? It's a simple yes or no question. Other questions. It's a 10-day suspension, so was this a one-time incident or an ongoing problem? Because if it's an ongoing problem, then the expectation would be that an all-female school board would have zero tolerance for this type of behavior. Additionally, if the superintendent recommended a lighter discipline than the PSC, then it is the board's obligation to find out why. If you have zero tolerance for harassment of students, you must also have zero tolerance for the harassment of the employees who serve our students. How can employees serve the needs of students when their own needs and rights are being violated? While I was doing my doctoral research, it led me to research related to assault victims and who you would want on your jury. And contrary to what you might think, if you're a woman who's been assaulted, you want a male jury, predominantly, because women have a tendency to not want to have empathy for the victim. They don't want to identify with someone who's been a victim. That seems contrary to popular belief, but it is my expectation that that would not happen here. Not with an all-female school board. There must be zero tolerance, and a 10-day suspension is not zero tolerance. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional members of the public that would like to speak to item H4? I'm giving a minute in case someone else is wearing stilettos. Ms. Allardyce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, so the recommendation from the Professional Standards Committee for Mr. Williams was a demotion. My question is, why was this then overturned by Mr. Moquin to be a 10-day suspension?
Alan, testing. Testing. Mic check. Just waiting for the mic.
Mr. Strauss needs a microphone in the back, please.
Test. Test.
Still can't hear you, Mr. Strauss.
Yeah, I know.
You mind coming up to?
Test. There you go.
Okay.
Is that it? Okay. Alan Strauss, Chief HR and Equity Officer. Miss, Miss, they need to turn it up. I think this is good. There
We can
goes.
hear you now.
Ms. Aladeff, to your question, when the process after it goes to PSC, goes to post-PSC, where Mr. Moquin, myself, our cadre attorney, and SIU meet to discuss each case that goes through PSC to either go along with the recommendation or alter the recommendation. So at that time when this came to us, it was also discussed that we brought it over and also met with Mr. Runcie to discuss the case as well. And when we looked at it, there's a potential case from 2015 that was dismissed and no just cause that we felt was factored into some of the decision. And when we looked at it, we felt that it was needed to be looked at as a first-time issue. And subsequently, from the first-time issue, therefore, the recommendation from us was to go with a suspension, not a demotion. And I think if you need, Mr. Karabas can explain anything further regards to that as well. But that was what the decision was made.
Okay, so I struggle with the decision that was made. I think that it should have been a demotion. I understand that there was no probable cause of what happened back in 2015. However, I would like to understand from SIU why the decision was not made that this was not considered sexual harassment.
Craig Kowalski, Chief Special Investigative Unit. In consultation with the Chief of HR and EEO, we consulted, and because of the physical allegation, that is why SIU took the investigation. There was a physical and verbal component to it. Because of the physical contact is why it came over to SIU.
Okay, but why didn't you make the decision that the physical contact and the verbal, what was said verbally, was not considered sexual harassment?
If it was in, Chief Strauss, you can chime in if you'd like. Sexual harassment case would have been handled by EEO, and again, it was not verbal. It was a physical contact, which could be equated to a battery. And that being said, we took the case based on the physical contact.
And so what was your ultimate decision that was made after that, when you took the case?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, so
What was your conclusion after you reviewed that from the perspective that SIU looked at it, which you said was some physical contact? What was the conclusion of your component of the investigation?
We investigated the incident, recorded the outcome or facts in the investigative report, and submitted it to PSC. As far as the conclusion, the PSC came to the conclusion as it did under the inappropriate conduct classification.
But did what you found, was it true? Were the allegations true?
So I'm being cautious to answer
Right,
that.
so SIU's job is to actually go and record all the facts and provide them to the PSC process and not actually make a recommendation or conclusion. So I have Mr. Karibas, if you could speak to that, because I think that's what Ms. Aldeff's trying to.
That's all right. Good morning. Andrew Karabas, Administrative Counsel to Superintendent Runcie. This case, along with all the other ones that we do, SIU is a fact-finding investigation, and Chief Kowalski submits his reports through his detectives. They go up the ladder to Chief Kowalski. They're signed off upon. SIU makes no finding of fact. that essentially we go to PSC under 4.9. PSC is the one which garners all the evidence. They sit as a jury, and they garner all of the evidence, and they are the ones that make a finding of fact. And they either decide that there is just cause or there is not just cause. If there is just cause, we then go on to discipline. I can tell you that in this particular meeting, demotion was discussed as well as suspension. Specifically, a 10-day suspension was also discussed in this meeting as well. So it's not as if when we went to post-PSC with Mr. Moquin, Mr. Strauss, Chief Kowalski, and I, that we just brought a 10-day suspension out of thin air. That is something PSC spoke about prior that I have in my notes, and that they were fine with a demotion and or a suspension. So when we had the post-PSC meeting, we discussed all of our alternatives. But as far as a fact-finding inquiry, that's not SIU's position. Their job is to collect all evidence and submit it to PSC, who sits as the fact finder.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
So to PSC, Mr. Strauss, you found just cause that the allegations did happen, that they were true. That's stated in this report.
So just wanted to clarify, PSC, I am not on. I do not serve on PSC. That is an element that is separate from my role in that. So PSC, which is a group of district level management that serves on the Professional Standards Committee to look at the case and, as Mr. Carabas said, to look at all the facts and come up with a finding. They found just cause based off of the facts presented in the case.
Okay, thank you. So as a school board member, I would agree with there was just cause and that there should be a demotion, and I don't agree with what's being brought forward to us with the 10-day suspension. The other thing that I wanted to bring up too, and on the comments from the Professional Standards Committee report, it says that they're going to provide opportunity for the campus monitor for an alternative assignment at an alternative location.
Ms. Halida,
yeah.
can you tell me what you're reading from so I can?
It was in our
Through the
backup.
chair.
It's the Professional Standards Committee report.
Is there a page number or anything?
No.
Okay.
It's the synopsis of what happened during the Professional
Okay,
Standards
I'm looking
Committee.
for it. Thank you.
So my issue is that it seems like, are we, the victim here, the campus monitor, we're having her go to an alternative location. So is that happening? That's stated in this report?
Thank you for the question. I just want to be clear, so this report was done, as it said, on December 7th, and subsequent conversation that occurred after that clarified that we will not be asking the individual, the victim here, to change locations at all. So that person remains at that location. That person reports to safety and security. They do not report to the principal anyway, so there's not a direct report for that individual. So they are not being asked to, if they want to, go to an alternate location.
Okay. So besides what I believe there should be a demotion, there also should be some additional training, like ethics and moral training for this employee. So I'm looking forward to hearing from my colleagues on what they think and then how we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn.
Did you call on me? I'm sorry, sorry.
I'm sorry, Ms. Korn. It was Ms. Rupert.
Yes.
Please forgive me. Go ahead, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. Yes, and I'm actually referring to the same document, the Professional Standards Committee, and I have a few questions. Okay. I have questions where it says comments, and then it says modify discipline to 10-day suspension, and then it goes on to say, in recognition of PSC's original consideration. What does that refer to? That original consideration?
Thank you for the question. Andrew Carabas. I can tell you, I'm not really sure how it was written or what the quote was, but I can tell you that during the disciplinary proceeding after PSC did find just cause, there was one committee member that did discuss demotion. There was another one that spoke about suspension, and we kind of had a bilateral two communications going at the same time,
Right.
where PSC was comfortable with a demotion and or a 10-day suspension, and those conversations were kind of happening concurrently.
Okay, but that is not reflected on this form at all.
I'm not sure what form. Can you read me the quote that you have again, ma'am, please?
Do you want to see that?
Sure, sure.
It's got the little box around it.
I'm not sure why that is typed that way, but being in PSC, I can tell you that there was no conclusion to a demotion and then a formal switch over to a suspension. Those conversations were happening concurrently.
Okay. I don't know if as moving forward in our process of this, if that is happening, I would find it extremely helpful as a board member to know that it says, both conversations were happening, or this would be progressive discipline to do this or that, you know what I'm saying? Because if you're just looking at this, you would think that looking at this, when it says other disciplinary action has demotion, and then the recommendation, which the boxes disagree with the demotion, and then it says to modify it. So that's a little problematic for me. Additionally, provide opportunity for campus monitor for alternative assignment at alternative location. Well, if I were that woman, I would want out of there. And I wholeheartedly believe this employee should be able to ask for, be encouraged to, although I don't really believe moving the alleged victim is where I really want to go, quite honestly. We've seen time and time again where somewhere, somebody, just cause, and it involves people, over here gets to stay, and the rank and file don't. So I have a definite problem with that.
And
Madam,
just to comment on that, I think General Counsel Meyer can speak to that, but we have Title IX issues with that, though.
yes, through the chair, Barbara Meyer.
Go ahead, Ms. Meyer.
General Counsel. The new regulations under Title IX do not allow us to make that suggestion or to do that. In the past, we often have moved people so that they are not in the place for their protection. If she requests a transfer, we certainly could transfer her under the normal guidelines of transfer. But the new regulations under Title IX do not allow us to move her or to suggest that to her.
When did that take effect, Ms. Myrick?
September, I believe.
Okay, so
Maryland.
this document, I'm sorry to cut you off. So this document, which was, on December 2nd, 2020, with this information under the comments, is not an option at all. But yet it's written here.
That's, part of that is because these are very new regulations and we are just out training people on it. It is my office and, EEO office that has been working on it. We're bringing back some new policies to you or upgrading the policies to you. And yes, that probably is a mistake, but it's basically because the new Title IX regulations are very confusing and have been very difficult for school districts to implement. So.
Gotcha. So that's going to have to be
And
done on.
Ms. Rubert,
Yes.
if I may, I just want to clarify also, the employee was never asked if asked to move to another location, or if they wanted to. I just want to be clear on that. So even though, as I was saying to Ms. Aladef, even though it was written on here, once gained further information, we ensured that that did not take place.
Okay, well, I have a problem with that. I have a bunch of problems with this particular action that we are being asked today to approve this recommendation. And there was a point where, and I apologize if I say your name wrong, Mr. Carabas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It was said that it was physical and not verbal. So that was the difference between harassment and something else. Is that correct?
Well, when SIU took the case, the reason why it was transferred over from EEO was because there was a alleged grab,
Yes.
which then could be qualified as an untouch or an unlawful touch, therefore a battery. So SIU took over the case from EEO because it wasn't a pure sexual harassment case at this point.
Gotcha.
There was a battery component to it.
Yes, and I was aware of that. I'm just, there, from my standpoint, there is a physical and verbal issue
Correct,
here,
correct.
because that's what all the report says. I don't want to truly sit here and, try the case myself, but there are many parts of this that are unsettling, and I will not be able to vote for this item, and I'm just going to get it on the record now because everybody's going to ask me why. For the reasons I went through. The documents in the backup are not exactly meeting what they're written as. That's a problem for me, and I won't be supporting this. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Korn.
Thank you. Question in terms of for consistency. As other cases similar to this have been addressed and brought forward for recommendations, what are similar recommendations and actions by the board?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Korn. Andrew Carabas, Administrative Counsel. We did speak about that in PSC, and there was one person in particular that did remember one demotion. However, looking through a spread chart, which the Office of General Counsel has, that I reviewed with Chief Kowalski, there, for this behavior, without progressive under 4.9, there were all suspensions. And they range from anywhere from 5 to 10 days.
Okay. So, Mr. Runcie, the struggle for me is, based on these allegations, the idea that there has to be progressive discipline related to this specific type of allegation and finding is a concern, because there are many areas in which progressive discipline apply. There are other areas in which this board has been vocal, even very recently, that there are areas in which progressive discipline does not apply at the same level, because it's the action is more egregious than one that we as a board are interested and willing to tolerate. And I know some of my colleagues have spoken at length about this, and I'm not going to call out names, but I can look around the dais, and most of us actually at some point have identified that this specifically is an area in which there's not a lot of wiggle room on how we approach this and look at it. And so I have a cause for concern on page 90 of that backup. It does refer to the fact that just cause is found for inappropriate behavior. Well, if just cause is found for inappropriate behavior, specifically the type of inappropriate behavior we are talking about, the fact that in the past we may have handled this through a progressive discipline, through a suspension, this board has in the past changed some of the direction that we've taken because of other factors that have impacted our decisions. With that said, I guess I'm taking pause that the direction the board has given, which is one where there is not tolerance for this, I feel as if maybe we're not you know,
Yeah.
beyond PSC, but rather at the senior level, we may not be changing, even though this board has given very clear direction that our intent is to treat this differently than other inappropriate contact. If you could just speak to that possibly.
Yeah, no, I absolutely understand what you're saying. So I believe that's the way we looked at this in this case, not necessarily as some progressive discipline matter, but, okay, what have we done in terms of discipline related to this, type of incident? And again, they've ranged from the 5 to 10 day suspensions. And so this was, we felt consistent with that. If the board is suggesting that we treat this differently somehow, I mean, we can certainly go back and review that in light of where you are. But that was my understanding. We were looking at this in this particular case as it is, not necessarily as some progressive discipline, and trying to find what would be the discipline that would be consistent with what we have done in the past, in recent past. And I think that's the case. Staff could please correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that was my understanding.
Yes, sir, that was correct. We actually spoke about it, and this particular employee has no documented found history that legal could use. I understand there are other comments that could be made about that, but as far as history that I, as administrative counsel, could use on behalf of the superintendent or then the board at litigation, there was no founded prior just cause for this employee. So a 10-day suspension was actually rather harsh for his first founded just cause.
So I appreciate that. I guess here is my point in this being different. There are some actions in which progressive discipline is applicable. There are other actions in which it doesn't matter if you did it before. It is so egregious that you would actually act with this behavior, especially considering the position in which you're in, that it isn't a, well, you didn't do it bad enough last time, or you've at least done it once before. There are certain things in which they're not tolerated. And I think that is the point in which I'm hearing some of my colleagues, and I know in the past I've heard some of my colleagues speak to. My pause here is because some of the backup, although in one statement it says there's just cause for inappropriate behavior, on another part of the backup, it refers to there not being a substantial amount of information that makes this just cause to the point where this is really a very clear, concise, no questionable action. So it's difficult for me because the one statement that says it's just cause inappropriate behavior, on that statement, considering what the actions are, I would not be able to support the 10-day suspension. But there's also other backup that says that there are questions about the full legitimacy of the allegation of the behavior. And so that's troubling for me, because as a board member, if we're saying that it's just cause on this specific inappropriate behavior, then for me a demotion would be the minimum that we would consider. But if there isn't just cause to the extent that it's still questionable, then I can understand the 10-day. So what I would ask is either there be some very clear statement as to that is why we've gone this direction, and that there is some type of level of questionable remaining determination from this. And if that is not the case, then I would not be able to support it. If it is the case, then I would need that additional information, and I would rather wait till later in the meeting, or you all can bring it back to us. But if this has been clearly defined, I can't support the 10 days.
Well, with that said, Ms. Korn, I would rather have more time than just this afternoon. So if we would table this item to the next board meeting, and I'll have a chance to go back and address those matters that you just raised.
I appreciate it's important enough for me for that, not just for this case, but for how we are taking next steps. So I would appreciate that. I would make a recommendation then, or sorry, I think a colleague has like to speak to it.
I have several board members that have asked to speak, so I need to know if you want to go ahead with your comments or you want to bring the item back. And next I have Ms. Hickson.
Thank you.
Put you on the list, Ms. Levinson.
Donna, Ms. Horn said it very well. If this is a principal, you know, this is their top supervisor, and if these things are true, 10-day suspension isn't, that's just not right. And it wasn't a one-time thing. It looks like it was progressively getting aggressive from 2018 through 2020. So I also believe that we need more information on here. And just as a side note, it's not in the iLegislate, so finding, like, all that was in the iLegislate was the 2015 DUI, so I had to hunt for this. So I don't know if there's a way that we can make sure it's all in one place, because I was a little confused at the beginning of what we were talking about. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leonardi.
Yeah, I echo Ms. Hickson's comments about, you know, the documentation and being easy to find and access. I appreciate Ms. Korn's comments about how, you know, certain actions or allegations, you know, the things that were mentioned in this report were extremely alarming. And, you know, I don't know that progressive discipline is appropriate if you are the one being harassed in your workplace. So I hope we can look into that. I cannot support a suspension for this. I have experienced workplace harassment, something that I actually contacted many of these board members in the past about. And, you know, the safety and well-being and comfort of the alleged victim should not be incumbent on that victim or alleged victim. So even the conversation around, well, should the employee have to move, is concerning to me. You know, she should not have to move because she was an alleged victim of something. So I think we really need to look at how we deal with sexual harassment in a larger, more timely space. And those are my comments.
Yeah. Well, Madam Chair, can I just
Go ahead, Mr.
clarify and just
Rotzi.
reiterate what Mrs. Strauss has already stated, that no one's ever asked anyone to move at all, and nor would we do that now, especially given the regulations that came out in September. So no one was ever asked to move, and we wouldn't do that. So,
Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all my colleagues for your comments. So I just want to, in looking at the backup, and I concur with Ms. Hickson, I don't know what it was about this agenda, but just getting the information was a challenge. I had my whole family room floor with documents being replaced. So, but I was able to locate the action, I believe, of the committee. The action of that committee was unanimous. Somebody could please state yes or no?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And so I guess, and then I'll ask this, Ms. Myrick, regardless of whatever action we take today, what rights does the employee have after our action today?
We negotiated with him a settlement agreement for him to accept the 10-day suspension and not appeal that to DOA. If you change that today or whenever it comes back or whatever, that agreement would no longer be in existence, and so he has the right to request an administrative hearing.
Okay. So, so depending on the action we take today, he has additional rights as that employee to fight, I guess, or disagree with whatever decision we make here today. Okay. And I also and again, it was difficult to know if I got to read all the documentation that was with us, and I'm not going to get into the details here because I don't think that's appropriate, but I do find that some of the information was conflicting. And so I think that's what you're getting from us as a board. I'm concerned that there may be something I may have missed in capturing what transpired, but based on what I was able to review, I found some of the information, as I think Ms. Korn mentioned, conflicting in nature. And so it also creates a pause for me on this action. So I want to make sure that whatever action we take today is the most appropriate. Again, knowing that that employee has the opportunity to disagree with that action and take additional recourse. So again, I am concerned that the committee had a unanimous vote. It wasn't even a close vote. It was totally unanimous. I believe it was 7-0. And then the action changing. And the action changing based on the fact that there was assumptions made based on conversations of the committee that maybe they took something into consideration. So I concur that we just need to make sure that we have all the facts before us so that we can make an informed decision. And I don't have that comfort level, so I will certainly be supporting tabling the item, if not to a future meeting, to later in the meeting, so that I can make sure that I have all the information. And I would ask the chair if the appropriate departments can forward all the information in one group so that we can make sure that all the information is being reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleagues, because everything's really been covered that I was thinking, but I do support tabling this, not bringing it back to the next meeting because of some of the things my colleagues have said. This information came in at different times, and I need to look at everything cohesively, and the conflicting information that's been raised is also a concern to me, with the PSC 100% saying there was just cause. And I am one of those school board members who've been very vocal about zero tolerance for sexual harassment, and I want to make sure that we treat all our employees the same way. So I would request that you please send us the packet with everything in it, and Mr. Runcie review this, and that it comes back to us. And I also just want to add that goes for this whole agenda, please. This substituting letters and everything else, please, it was just way too confusing, so thank you.
Thank you, and I'm not going to belabor the point. It is very important when we're giving information as a board that the information is correct and it's consistent. Can't have one document saying one thing and another document saying another, and then I'm asked to vote on somebody's job, somebody's livelihood, somebody being victimized by something. It's just really unfair to be put into that position without having all of the appropriate information. So, Ms. Korn?
I'd like to make a motion, please, to table till the next board meeting. I believe that's what Mr. Runcie requested.
Okay. It's been motioned and second that this item H4 is tabled to the next board meeting. Is there any, Mr. Chisholm?
I don't think you mean the entire item, do you? Do you mean just that name?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
We need to separate, I'm sorry, we need to separate out one person and table it.
If I could please make a motion first to separate Mr. Williams from this item.
Okay. It's been motioned and second to separate Mr. Williams from this item. Is there any public discussion?
Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I'm glad to see, or relieved, I should say, to see that this item is being tabled. I don't think today gives you enough time to deal with it. But during your discussion, a bigger concern occurred where any scenario that results in the victim being at the same school, and I cannot believe the words that were coming out of one of your employees' mouths, just because the person doesn't report to the principal does not mean they're not in danger. I mean, keep in mind, that's the scenario you have now. And so any scenario where this person gets a 10-day suspension, comes back and is still the head administrator at this location, puts the victim in the same position. And any scenario where the solution is to move the victim and not the potential perpetrator just doesn't make any sense. And as an all-female board, you should be very concerned that you have all of these men suggesting this as plausible solutions. I don't know if they're just tone deaf. They also can't empathize, but this is absolutely absurd what seems to be going on here. And they do it with a straight face, and they're not apologetic. I don't know if it's that they just don't get the severity of what's going on here, but I'm at least relieved that this is not the final discussion on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public input? Any board input on separating Mr. Williams?
If it's not separating, I apologize. Can you guys hear? It's just a quick question concerning relocation. Is the employee at a different place, not at his school, since the investigation, I'm assuming?
Good morning, Happy New Year. It's Valerie Wands, the Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. The principal has been reassigned to my office since the whole thing started.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All in favor of separating Mr. Williams from this item indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Ms. Corn?
If I could please now make a motion to table Mr. Williams specifically to the next school board meeting.
Second.
It has been moved by Ms. Corn and second by Ms. Good to table Mr. Williams. Is there any public input? Any board discussion? Ms. Good.
And again, that includes getting all the information resent to us in a somehow cohesive manner. That would be appreciated.
Okay, thank you. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Now we're back to the original item without Mr. Williams. H4. Any further discussion? Okay, thank you. I need a motion to approve H4, the actual item now.
Moved.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Rupert, for moving the item. Second, Ms. Aladaff. Any public input on H4 without Mr. Williams? Any board discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Right now, it is 1:40. Ms. Murray, we have a closed door.
Yes, you have a negotiation closed-door session.
Okay, you need to do your reading.
No, that's just for attorney-client.
Okay. So at this time, the regular school board meeting is going to recess for a closed door and working lunch.
The people...
Our regularly scheduled school board meeting for today will now resume. Ms. Rupert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move that item H3 come back to the board. I was on the prevailing side, so I am motioning to have H3 brought back.
Is there a second? Okay, it's been motioned and second to move H3 back to the floor. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you. H3 is back on the floor. Is there any public input? Board discussion, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. I brought this back because I had other questions that I had forgotten about. It was in my pocket. And the important part, and I was getting to it, but I just didn't kind of frame it the right way, is when this person who worked for was a subcontractor, Dickey Consulting, was placed in the procurement department. And I was asking basically how well did that employee function while she was there? And was there any performance issues or questions of performance issue during that time where she worked for Dickey, but was actually brought on to help the procurement department? And as such, Mary Coker would have been the person who was her immediate supervisor. And did we get a letter of recommendation or a report about this particular person's performance level? I was like, here's right there.
Mr. Chisholm went upstairs to get the file, so I guess he'll be back down.
Ms. Aladar?
Point of clarification, who are you speaking about?
Sorry, Cheryl Fields, excuse me. Do you want to postpone it? No.
Mr. Chisholm? Ms. Rupert has a question.
Hey, okay, I'm sure that I just talked with you, and I just wanted to clarify.
Testing.
Again.
Let's just make sure the microphone was on.
Oh, okay, so I asked you this question a little while ago, and I wanted to give you the opportunity to clarify for me and for the rest of the board. Cheryl Fields worked for Dickey Consulting, was placed in procurement because we needed to have more people in that department to have more help. And I was getting to this point, and I just didn't kind of totally get there. So let me just ask it this way. For this particular person who was in the procurement department, who was her direct supervisor?
Repeat your question, Ms. Rupert. And you say her direct supervisor?
Direct, the person who would be giving her instruction each day as to what she would be doing that day.
My understanding is that Mary Coker is the client of the school district. So Broward Schools is the client, and the direct day-to-day work was with Mary Coker's team. And specifically, I believe it was Shari Francis, as I've been informed since the last meeting, the last discussion. Now, as far as the employer, it is still Dickey Consultant, so the steps we took are still consistent with what we needed to do.
Exactly, but there was just one little stipulation. Did this employee ever have any discipline in their file to having to do with performance issues?
So I would not know the specifics behind that. I think you're sharing with me that there was specific information that you received from, because I don't have those specific details. As far as performance and evaluations, all of that, she is not employed by the school district, so we don't have any of that information.
Okay.
You see what I mean?
I'm understanding how you're stating it, but I'm rephrase. Was there information given to you verbally about this person not being able to be renewed because of performance issues?
So, no. I'll tell you what was given to me after this board voted on
Yes.
an item that is well put together,
Yes.
well documented, and it speaks to the recruitment and hiring process.
Yes.
After this item was voted on, I was informed that the young lady worked with Mary Coker as the client, and Mary Coker's team was not having a successful relationship with them, and they made a decision that they would no longer use her. She did not lose employment at all with Dickey Consulting. Dickey Consulting was able to give us the actual reference. Those are the details that I most recently received.
Okay, and moving forward, I know this would be through Mr. Runcie, through staff, is if there are issues like that and people moving about, I don't care if they're a subcontractor, they're a project manager, whatever their position is, even though somebody's name is on the check that may be paying you, I think it's how you are performing as an individual, as an employee, which should be extremely important, with your supervisors, per se, directly responsible for you in the same office and how well you perform that job. And their evaluation, or lack thereof, or letter of recommendation should have also been included. That's just my thought. That's a Mr. Runcie thing, and I will discuss it with him. But I think we can make this system a little better in that aspect. For me, it would be important to know, okay, this particular person didn't work in the procurement thing, but her company who actually writes her check gave you a glowing recommendation, and then going to give her another chance to be in which department now?
Physical plant operations.
Right. So it will be a different department, and hopefully we'll have a better situation. I brought this back to highlight what I was trying to say before, is that I think there's a way that we can make this system a little bit better. I don't want to be big brother, but and I understand what the process is for recruiting and your particular issue. However, if the person is here and, Charlie Brown is the supervisor, I'm not going to go to the company who writes my check. I have to, because that's legally what our policy says you're going to do. But I'm going to go here and say, okay, how did it work? Would you keep her again as the contract renews, or what would you suggest? I think that's a little bit of information as an employer standpoint that I believe should have been done. So, fair
Appreciate the
enough?
feedback. Thank you for that.
Okay,
Thank you, Ms. Good.
Yes, I can appreciate the conversation, but at the same time, I don't think it's also appropriate that it be brought up to your attention and not the attention of HR. I think if the items are posted ahead of time, discussions are held within the department. If there's a concern within the department, I think the most appropriate avenue would have been that the department share it with HR before the item is brought to us. That's why items are posted, that's why discussions are held, that's why follow-ups occur. So I feel very uncomfortable with the conversation that's taking place here. I also concur somewhat that if an individual works for a department, whether it's contract or otherwise, that some conversations are held with that department. I don't know. I'm not here to do your job, nor do I know the specifics as to what's involved before you bring an item forward, but I would think that it would be the most appropriate thing to do. But to have that conversation now, I think it should have happened before this item was presented.
And I think it should benefit and help the board that there are a multitude of people that we can speak to when we go through the recruitment process. And we try to make that very definitive around there being a supervisor, and the supervisor at the highest level with the authority to give us that information. It does become a scavenger hunt if you start having to speak to a great level of different people when you're going through the recruitment process. So the ideal in this example is to go to the supervisor, and that's what we did. And I think one of the takeaways here is still, I'm not diminishing that, I'm taking it away that in a situation like this, there's another step of due diligence that is being requested, and it's not the supervisor we're looking at. We're looking at maybe someone who has some ideal around the person's performance or work and all of that. And again, to Ms. Good, to your point, I would have loved to have received this information prior to this period. And it should be noted, it doesn't mean that the person would not be recommended. We need to know that. The reference checks, and things doesn't mean that they won't be recommended. Some people get excellent evaluations or references, and some get fair and good. But the new setting and the new opportunity gives us an opportunity to work with that individual and maybe a different setting. So I appreciate that feedback as well.
Ms. Good?
I know, Mr. Chisholm, but now things are even further complicated by the fact that just earlier you mentioned that there was an individual in procurement that supervised that individual within the department, even though they weren't an employee. So it just begs.
I didn't, Ms. Good. I
You
didn't
did
mention.
not say that?
I did not. Ms.
Okay.
Rupert did, but
No,
I did not say
apologize.
that.
I thought I heard you say that.
No, I did not.
So in the department, since the person is not an employee, they had no supervisor within that department? They had an outside supervisor?
So let's just clarify. There's a client. Broward Schools was the client.
Yes, sir.
As far as a supervisor, we identify that individual as the consulting company, their supervisor, the employer. What has happened here is when we think about supervisory as it relates to functions, what Ms. Rupert is sharing and what I learned today, Ms. Coker's team was responsible for the day-to-day supervisory functions.
Stop.
So that's what I learned today.
So you did say that, and that's what I heard.
That's
and
what I
that
learned
to me
today.
translates that someone here is giving that individual, man or woman, whoever it is, their day-to-day job tasks, right? Because they're not an employee. So I'm not going to get into specifics, but I got to tell you that it's getting even worse. So if we contract with someone, they're here on a job task, and someone here in the district is overseeing their job and their role, then I would think it would be normal to ask that individual how they're performing. And if not that individual, the person above them, but someone within that department that understands how the tasks are being done. So
Thank you.
what
This is
I
a
don't
good
feel
one.
comfortable is having this conversation when I think all of this should have transpired before today.
Right. And
Ms. Corn?
So my discomfort at this point is that if this is now, so if this is now coming to light, we're in a more difficult position if we effectively do the hire and then find that there are issues afterwards that should have been at least addressed prior to the hiring because they were brought to our attention. That doesn't mean that this individual wouldn't be hired, but to me, to have very specific feedback from our own staff now, knowing we're bringing that individual back and has potentially been on an improvement plan. This individual was on an improvement plan with Broward County Public Schools. If you can find out if that is accurate information, some form of an improvement plan with Broward Schools, all of this becomes a little bit convoluted because there's some due diligence that maybe wasn't done, and maybe it's because sometimes we're not always aware of all of the due diligence that's available to be done. So I guess what I would ask is, as this has now all been brought to light, it would make sense, I would believe, that we fully vet the information that we have so we can then take that next step. And that next step may be, again, a confirmation of this. And so I don't know if it's something that Mr. Runcie, he's not here right now. This is his recommendation. Ms. Myrick, for us not to accept a recommendation of employment, there's a certain level, correct? So can you just speak to what our role is appropriately in this specific instance?
Yes, you have to have just cause
That's what I thought.
to believe, and the two areas for just cause are not meeting the job requirements and moral turpitude.
Okay, so I don't have just cause for that, but at the same time, Mr. Runcie is in a position to determine whether or not he would like to modify his recommendation. He's not here at the dais, so I would be interested in separating this individual and then tabling it for him to further contemplate it, or if my colleagues want to just continue with it, as it is, but if that would be my preference, but I'll allow my board, obviously colleagues to consider.
Okay, I'm going to make my comments because we know that we have departments in this district. A lot of times we have consultants and subcontractors and they have personality issues. We go through this all the time. Now this has become a witch hunt, in my opinion. If this person was so bad and they was doing such a bad job in that department, how does another department see value and offer them a position? I mean, when we talk about grace, if I respond to all of the people that contact me about how they don't get along with the staff that work here and the staff in their department, we would be here all day. I think this is a witch hunt. I've gotten feedback on the opposite side that this person was doing a good job, that there was some personality conflicts, and we know we have personality conflicts. I've had people work for me, and I've allowed them to be in environments where they're more successful, and they worked out better. Our personalities just didn't work. So I'm not willing to be unfair to somebody or to say because somebody don't work in Dr. Osgood's office, they can't work in Ms. Hickson's office. And to me, that's where I am with this, for what I'm hearing, that now this is being brought back because all the texting and stuff is going on, and now it's pressure to bring it back to try to be mean to somebody and not give them an opportunity. And I'm just saying for me, I'm not implying anything else with anybody else. I'm talking about Rosalind Osgood right now. So I'm gonna add that piece to the puzzle as we have this discussion. And if that information is out there and people have that information, this entire board has to vote. The entire board has to vote. So the entire board needs the information to allow the entire board an opportunity to have the information, do their own research, because I'm gonna be honest, I don't trust every board member's research. I need to do my own research so that when I'm casting my vote, I'm doing it based on the fact that I've done fact finding and I've made the best decision that I could based on what I found in conjunction with what I've heard. So that's my opinion about the item. And again, I'm not implying nothing about anybody else. I'm speaking from my perspective on this. So
Madam
I have
Chair.
a couple of hands
Oh,
up.
sorry.
Mr. Chisholm.
It was just on Ms. Corrin. I just wanted to make sure we distinguish between the performance improvement and plan with the school district. School district has specific guidelines around a performance improvement plan. The employee is not an employee of the district, so they were not on a performance improvement plan with the school district. I think my understanding is scope and responsibilities with Ms. Coker's office and Dickey Consulting that I learned after the item was that they had something that they had agreed upon. But I just wanted to distinguish between what we call a performance plan, improvement plan with the school district, and that maybe they had some plans that they were working through corrective action and performance. I just wanted to distinguish between those two.
Ms. Rupert had her hand up, then I'm gonna go to Ms. Levinson and back to Ms. Corrin.
This isn't something I enjoy. I do not look at this as a witch hunt or that I'm mean. I can throw up when I have to do stuff like this. Seriously. And all I'm looking for is that the processes are followed. And when I heard that it might not have been, I did ask those questions, and as you all well know, I voted for this. And then I got more information. So I certainly can't run in here and give it to every one of you if it's something that we're going to vote on. So I did what I possibly could. I said, I'm on the prevailing side, can I bring it back? And the answer was yes from Ms. Myrick and then yourself. But I would like to hear from Mary Coker if we could.
I'm the board chair. I haven't called on Ms. Coker yet. Ms. Myrick, was the process followed? Was there a violation in process with this item?
From what Mr. Chisholm said earlier, I would say no, because they did get the evaluations, the recommendations, what do you call it? References from the person's employer. Should our recruitment and recommendations from employers, or should we get them from other, departments, if in fact we have a vendor who is applying who's been working out-house and coming to in-house? Sure, but that's not part of the recruitment process at the way it is. Could it be best practice? Probably. And my guess is Mr. Chisholm will take that at heart as he moves forward in these non-instructional positions. But at the same time, was the process followed in terms of what the process is for getting employment recommendations? The answer to that would be yes.
Ms. Rupert, does that answer your question?
Not really, but okay, I'm fine.
No, you said you wanted to make sure the process was followed. The attorney just told us that the process was followed.
I think the process was followed as loosely as it could have, and yes, it was, but I think there was another aspect of that, like asking their immediate supervisor what their performance was like. That's not happened to me yet. I haven't heard that.
Well, from my understanding, the way that and maybe we need to look at doing our contracts differently. Because if we're using consultants, and our structure is that whoever's in charge of that consulting firm is who we see as the employer of that person, then that's a contract language issue that we need to address if we want it that way. And then we need to do it for every single person that we hire, not pick and choose when we're going to do this kind of stuff. Ms. Corn, you had your hand up, and Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. So I can promise you that this was by no means a witch hunt for me. I don't know anything about this person. The only thing that I'm raising is if we have information, I'm asking from Mr. Runcie, if we have information that supposedly we, not we as a board, but we as a district, did not have when the recommendation was brought forward, and it's something that would have been considered, I was just asking if it's something Mr. Runcie, first of all, wasn't aware of, you may have been, and now that you're knowing it, if it makes a difference. If it doesn't, then the recommendation stands, and I know I don't have any just cause, and again, I don't have any knowledge of this individual at all. This is the first time I've ever seen this person's name in my life. So there is no ill intent here other than if information came forward, and it's information that is relevant and something not contemplated and now contemplated makes a difference, I wanted Mr. Runcie just to have an opportunity as to whether or not he wanted to change his recommendation. I don't have just cause not to support his recommendation, so I will be supporting it unless Mr. Runcie otherwise changes it. But wait, Mr. Runcie, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but the one other point, because we already approved this, if we were to overturn this, would we then be firing this individual? Because we've in essence hired them, haven't we, by already passing the item? So legally, and Mr. Runcie, obviously, we don't have to get too much into this, but if your response is you want to reconsider, then we need to talk about what the implications of that is. So if you would, Mr. Runcie.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely have no reason to, reconsider. If someone was working I have staff sometimes that work in areas where it's not maybe the best fit for them, but we're not going to preclude them from going to work somewhere else. We have teachers and staff sometimes in a certain school that doesn't work. We allow them to go to another place when they so desire. So it's up to the folks that are doing the hiring or where that individual is going to be at to make a determination through the interview process to determine whether that person is someone that they feel is going to meet the requirements of what they're looking for. This is not even, this is not some chief position or director position. This is like multiple levels down in the organization, and we're spending all this time on this. At the end of the day, this is not an issue that we should be spending a significant amount of our time on, given all the magnitude of the things that we have to grapple with. If this person doesn't work out, then, they'll make a change. This is not something that's going to materially impact the performance of this organization.
Ms. Levinson and then Ms. Coker.
I'm very concerned as a board, Ms. Myrick, the path we're going down with personnel. It's been for quite a while now. And our job, from what I've always understood from you, is if we do not have just cause, we must approve the individuals. That is what you have told us repeatedly.
That's correct, and the only reasons for not having cause are moral disqualification or professional disqualification, which would mean they don't meet the aspects of the job description or what the job entails.
Which is not the case.
Which is
in
not-
either one of these.
No.
So I just don't understand the amount of time that this board spends because one of the board members gets pulled in by an individual and that becomes the discussion. We have a policy in place. The policy was followed, correct? Okay? The policy was followed. We don't have just cause. This is not where the board belongs, in individual day-to-day inner workings of employees and how they get along with each other, how they get along with their department. That's not our role. Our role is whether we have just cause and whether the governance policies that we have put in place are being followed. And according to both of those answers, we don't have any business in this anymore. So I'm just expressing my frustration. If someone has a suggestion, which I think that actually could be a very valid suggestion, that an internal supervisor should be asked. To me, that makes a lot of sense. Well, then communicate that, talk to staff about it. We don't need to take an hour on the dais discussing this because every time it's another individual and another particular story that's happened. And we have 30,000 employees. We are not supposed to be getting down to that level. Policy, governance, just cause. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Good had her hand up, and then Ms. Coker.
I know that you're calling on Ms. Coker, but she's going to speak as what?
So I'm trying to honor Ms. Rupert's request. I'm trying to be
underst-
fair.
I
Because Ms.
understand
Rupert
that.
requested that she speak.
I
and
understand, Madam Chair, but we have HR. Ms. Coker is going to speak in what capacity? I just want to understand in what capacity she's going to speak here today. She's not part of HR. So we're going to now introduce additional information, additional evidence. And so I want to understand from our attorney now what predicament that puts us in. I've never seen this in all the years I've been on the school board, that we're going to have an individual now present additional information on the hiring of someone based on comments that were shared at the board level. And I'm feeling, again, very uncomfortable. Ms. Myrick.
Yeah, I don't think that Ms. Coker saying what she's going to say, I think her name came up, and I don't know if what she has to say, if she's going to support that there were difficulties or not, but it doesn't change your role in it does provide you with additional information. The question is, do you want that additional information? It doesn't change your responsibility regarding just cause. To answer Ms. Korn's question, if you reconsider this, which by bringing it back up, you're reconsidering it, it would not be a termination, you're just reconsidering it at this point. So I just, it's just whether you want to hear from, I don't think having Ms. Coker speak is going to cause any difficulty to you all.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Again, I come in a positive note. By no means would I want this person not to be hired or lose their job. You all know I love second chances, and I'm probably one of the people here that can speak about that. But I just wanted to clear my name here because I know Ms. Rupert mentioned my name. I had no idea. I was sitting there this morning when I heard the lady's name, had no idea that she had been through an interview process with PPO. Mark was sitting next to me, Mr. Dorsett. I said, oh, didn't know you hired her. I said, did you talk to Shari? She worked for Shari. And he says, oh, I didn't even know she worked for the school district. And I said, oh, she worked for Shari. She worked for Dickey Consulting. I totally agree on the differences of personalities. And if somebody would have asked me, or I understand that now that I know all this now, again, I did not give any information to Ms. Rupert or to any other board member prior to 10 o'clock this morning after they said her name. I had no idea. It was not me. I swear on my 3 children, it was not me. But I can tell you that if someone would have put my name down, which they didn't, They did put an employee of mine as a reference, which they weren't called by HR. But if they would have put my name down, I would have definitely given a very critical recommendation or reference, but I would have wanted her to have gotten a job, because when we let her go, I don't like for anyone to lose their job, and she's a hard worker. She's a good worker. She's got areas where she needs improvement, but again, that doesn't mean that that would not qualify her for the job. So I would have given her a good recommendation to get the job, considering these specific areas that I found, that Shari found, that Atkins, Heary, and other people she worked with. But again, it's all positive. I'm not coming here to shed any additional information in a negative manner. I just didn't like and appreciate that my name was called, and I looked like I was, having a problem with her hiring, because I didn't even know she was going to get hired. Again, she's not going to work for me, so it doesn't make a difference to me.
Thank you, Ms. Coker. And I want to just be clear that she was let go because ACOM did not pick Dickey Consultant. So as we're having these conversations, we need to keep it straight. And we've had the discussion, and I just don't know. We got dinged in an accreditation as a board about this kind of stuff right here. The same kind of stuff, and we continue to do it over and over again. When people have personality issues with people, they take it as an opportunity to work certain board members to be mean and evil to the person. And it's just ridiculous. And we're in a time right now in this nation where we all need to be examining ourselves and trying to operate with morality and in a place of peace. And every one of us have been given an opportunity that we didn't deserve. So this woman will have a chance to prove herself. She starts with a probationary period, right? In her department that she's working in, right, Mr. Chisholm?
This job is covered by the Broward Teachers Union Technical Support. There is no probation period.
Okay.
For this role. It is covered by the Broward Teachers Union Technical Support. It is the only bargaining unit that does not have a probation period.
Okay.
However, we do have our ways of navigating through challenges. We talked about a performance improvement plan. We do have the ability to help people, coach them, and navigate them through their learning.
Thank you. It's what we do in the district all the time.
Yes.
All in favor of item H3? Item H3 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Can I have a motion and a second to move item A3 to the floor?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Corn and second by Ms. Aladaff. I have Ms. Corn.
Thank you. So on A3, to follow up from the questions I had previously, I do appreciate greatly the additional information provided and that this is an elective credit. I know that was one of the questions that I had asked. The one that I guess I was just a little confused about was letter F on the response. And it says there's no significant increase in workload for school counselors. But as I read this contract, there's supposed to be a designated liaison to work with Ed Equity Lab. That would mean that there are many liaisons, right? That's a school counselor at every. I thought I read this as being like a district, one district liaison, and that's why I was asking, because then we're talking about many schools and then potentially a greater load. Obviously, every counselor, as we add one course, is not a significant impact. So I appreciate what F was saying. I read this as meaning at the district level, there was going to be a liaison who was going to have, and this seemed to be a level of responsibility that I just didn't want us to come back at some point and say, this person just had a job study and now because of this, there's enough workload that we're going to have to increase their salary. And that's all I was trying to get to the bottom. But that's different than school counselors, obviously just getting one more course. That's not a big deal. Could we just speak to that, confirm there's no additional anticipated cost at the district level?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Corn. Garba Moha, Director of Secondary Learning. Someone on my staff will be the liaison between the schools and the National Equity Lab, and that staff member is always the liaison between the schools and the Institute of Higher Learning for a dual enrollment contract. So it doesn't add any, it adds a little bit of load to his work, but it's not any load that's going to justify an increase in pay or a new job study. It's just another contract with another institute of higher learning that we go for dual enrollment.
Perfect. And by the way, I would have been supportive if there was an additional intent cost, because this obviously is extremely valuable to our students. I just wanted to make sure it was explored and it wasn't something we were caught off guard a year from now when it came back to us. So thank you, Mr. Barmoha, and to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public discussion on item A3? All in favor of A3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to move items BB1 and BB2 to the floor?
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Good and second by Ms. Corn. Any public input on BB1 and BB2? Any board member discussion on BB1 and BB2? All in favor of BB1 and BB2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to move items JJ1, JJ2, JJ3, JJ4, JJ5, JJ6, JJ7, JJ8, JJ9, and JJ11 to the floor. Okay. It's been moved and second to move all the JJ items except JJ10 to the floor. Is there any public input? Any board input? All in favor of JJ1 through JJ11 minus JJ10 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Yes.
Madam Chair, you missed E1. E1, Mrs. Good asked, didn't you ask for that?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I have you marked down.
Any opposed to JJ1 through JJ11 minus J10? No, right? Okay. May I have a motion and a second to move item JJ10 to the floor?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Corn and second by Ms. Rupert. Any public input on JJ10? Ms. Corn.
Thank you. First, I just want to reiterate what I had mentioned at the review planning session, which is the 73% MWBE for this item is certainly significant, and appreciated bringing that forward as we continue to make gains in that area. My one question here that's left, because I appreciate staff got back to us on the other information, is the fire alarm cost. It's significant. We've had this conversation now multiple times in terms of what the necessary scope for the fire alarms is. And I say necessary scope because we've had beyond necessary scope brought to us before. So I just want to confirm before we do this one that this has brought back down to what we have determined is necessary.
Yes, Ashley Carpenter with Atkins. This project does include the new spec for fire alarm, which is what is necessary, as you put it, for the project. It does not include any extras, let's say, that a previous fire chief might have requested for other things. This is just what is necessary for the project, and there is a budget overage when compared to the original funding allocations from 2014, but it's in line with what we've seen on the other projects as well.
Perfect. So it meets code and perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Oh, Ms. Aladaff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Has our chief fire official weighed in on the necessary fire code for this item?
Yes, absolutely. She has, and she is in agreement with everything for this item, but also all the items that we bring to you with fire alarm and fire sprinkler work are reviewed by her office.
Okay, and does it state it anywhere in the item? Is that written anywhere?
I do not believe so. No, but that's our standard procedure.
I think it's important that it's recognized somewhere in the item. I remember reading in the past that we've talked about that the chief fire official weighed in on this, so I don't understand why we're not doing that now.
Okay. Yeah, we can absolutely include that in the future.
Thank you.
All in favor of item JJ10 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to move items KK1 and KK2 to the floor?
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Good and second by Ms. Corn. Any public input on KK1 and KK2? Any board discussion on KK1 and KK2? All in favor of KK1 and KK2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, the motion carries. May I have a motion to move items 001, 002, 003, 005, 006, 007, 008, 009, 0010, and 0012 to the floor?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and
Was withdrawn.
okay. Okay, it's been moved and second to move items 001, 002, 003, 005, 007, 008, 009, 0010, 0011, and 0013 to the floor. 0012 and 0013 to the floor. Okay,
Second.
thank you. Any public input? Any board discussion?
Just to clarify, the only one you didn't was 11, correct?
11 and 4.
Okay,
11 and 4.
thank you.
Okay. All in favor of the said items indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. May I have a motion and a second to move item 004 to the floor?
So moved.
Been moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Allagaff. Any public input on 004? Any board input on 004? Ms. Corn?
I had asked to hear 04, not 004. I don't know if you pulled it for me, but 04.
No, we pulled
Oh,
it
I'm
for
sorry.
another reason.
Okay.
For another reason.
There was a document, Leo has it, he's going to share with you. There was an entire page left out of the agenda item, which had to do with the performance measures. And so Leo's giving you that, and when it's an appropriate time, I'll share with you a possible motion to amend this document that's there. It was just an inadvertent error and left a single page out.
Does staff have a comment before we go to public input?
If the board doesn't have any comments, I could explain what happened.
Excuse me?
Well, it's kind of small for us to read. What's your thoughts, board members?
004.
You want to try to walk us through it, Mr. Roddy? It's really hard to
Sure.
read. I can't even, with my LASIK eye surgery, neither one of my eyes can see it.
Yes, this morning while reviewing the items, I was reviewing this item and noticed that a very important piece was left out. The letter from Atkins states as an attachment, which is the performance-based rubric, and the attachment was not included. And didn't know if it was just my copy that didn't have it, but getting with procurement, we found out that that page was never uploaded. And it's easier to see if we could do an amendment now to include it than have to come back to amend it. The item you're looking at is the performance-based metric that has the deliverables that Atkins is to supply the district and the percentage weight that each item is given. So that's their performance-based metric.
Board members, any discussion? Any questions?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Rupert?
Can we have at least like 3 minutes to review this or so? Unless everybody else is done and I'm not.
Board members, what's your pleasure?
You
Ms.
can
Allen?
table it. Is that what you're asking to do, is just table it?
Yes.
Okay. And you want to make a motion to just table it, Ms. Rupert?
No,
For later on in the meeting?
Please, I think this is the last item.
No, it's not. We
No?
have.
Okay, yes, I motion that we bring this back at the end of the meeting.
Your second?
And that's 004.
Second.
Okay. It's been motioned and second to table this item to the end of the meeting. Is there any discussion on tabling the item? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
And
Aye.
through the chair, can we see if there's a way to print it with larger print and bring it back? Maybe landscape? I don't know if you could do that.
We're going to table the item to later in the meeting, and we'll give opportunity for public input. We're trying to get it larger where we can see it and read it. All in favor of tabling the item indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. We'll bring the item back later in the meeting. Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to move item 04 to the floor?
So moved.
That was 04.
It's been moved by Ms. Corn and second by Ms. Aladav. Any public discussion on 04?
That was 04.
No.
That was 004.
Any
Oh,
public
04.
discussion on 04?
You're right, I apologize.
Ms. Corn?
Thank you. My remaining question on this item was just why the 7 NAF academies? They've been very successful. I know myself and Ms. Levinson are very involved in, seeing these work throughout the years, and are involved, so can you just help understand? I know we're adding some, which is fantastic. I guess I'm just surprised that there are 7 that are being removed.
Hi, good afternoon. James Payne, Task Assigned Director, CTACE. The NAF academies that are being removed, as we mentioned in the board response, that's through principal input. And there's different reasons why they're being removed. Sometimes it's teacher. When a teacher leaves, it's difficult for them to keep the program going. And also restructuring, they may be looking to go a different direction through CTE. So those were the reasons. I don't have a list of specific details for each program, but I can get that for the board if that's what's requested.
Yeah, okay. These are really important programs, so I guess my question is there a way we can, I guess by identifying them, it's a little bit more helpful to understand, was there not demand at that specific school, or if it's really from an instructor perspective, what are we able to do at the district to support those schools to try to find the right instructor? I just don't want to lose those programs if there's anything that we can do to save them. And again, if there's not a demand, that's a different story, right? But if it's from a staffing perspective or some other support at the administrative level, anything we could do, I guess I was just looking for us to be proactive.
Agreed.
And we may have been, but that would just be helpful for that backup. That was why I was asking.
Agreed, thank you. We'll do that.
Thank
Through
you.
the chair.
Yes, Mr. Gall.
Thank you, Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer. Ms. Korn, I hear you, and we are right now working with principals on their master schedules for next year. So we will make sure that we parse out, is it student demand or teacher availability, which is what I hear you drawing distinction on. We'll work with Dr. Wands and the high school cadre directors. We have hundreds and hundreds of these programs, as you know, and there's always a little bit of noise. 7 is not substantial, but what we do want to make sure is that each school where these are offered at has enough program options to provide students something other than simply a vanilla academic program. And I know that's also what you're advocating for. So we'll do what we'll call a density load. There can't be too many, because then they can't support them, but there can't be so few that students don't have choice.
Right, and Madam Chair, if I could just,
yes,
thank you, Mr. Gold, for that. We're such a big district that we often look at it as nominal when we lose certain programs. But at a school level, losing one important program impacts hundreds of students, and these specific programs are can be change direction and path and level of interest for students. So it also opens up some opportunities that are often unique. So, and I know you're not minimizing that in any way, Mr. Gold, but I'm highlighting it because for even the loss of a handful of them, to me, is worth us taking a little bit of an extra dive, and staff may have already done that. So that's why I'm not intimating that it wasn't done. I was just asking for the follow-up, because then we as a board could see it and understand it. And if it wasn't done, or if there was something left to be done, it's always helpful, I think, from the board when we ask a few questions, for staff to say, oh, you know, maybe there is something else we could do here. And even if it's just to have a couple more that come off this list, or to just better identify why. That's really all I was trying to get to with my question, so I appreciate the follow-up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corn. Ms. Levinson.
Yes, I support what my colleague has been saying. Been very involved with these NAF academies as well. I would like to find out how many students were in these programs that are no longer going on. This particular program guarantees children interviews with some of the most prominent companies in the United States for taking part in this program, which a lot of programs don't offer things like that. So I would like to know, you know, as a follow-up, how many students were in these 5 programs here?
Thank you, and I'm also asking that you include the details about the engineering. I see that we have it at Stranahan, but then we have it on hold at 2 other places, Blanchely and South Broward. And when I look at the list, I see that that's something that's kind of in the minority on the list. And I agree with Ms. Corn, if we give a reason why, like when I saw Piper, I know that we implemented Cambridge, but I don't know that there's a connection. And I know that we have some other things going on. So it helps us to understand when we have to make these decisions, what the big picture is with the details. So I would also appreciate all of that follow-up going to the board as well. Any other board comments on this item? Yeah. All in favor of item 04 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to move item 0011 to the floor?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Corn and second by Ms. Rupert. Ms. Aladaff.
Okay, my question's on the staff follow-up, the topic, the 90-day extension fee. In the second to last paragraph, where it talks about the Office of Capital Programs, Program Controls Manager, Data Administration, after researching the eBuilder market pricing structure and working with the eBuilder team, is currently leading an effort to transfer ownership of the subscription from Atkins to SBBC to save the district significant dollars in terms of the yearly subscription costs and to be able to implement eBuilder integrations. So my question is, so moving forward, will then we not be paying a yearly subscription cost, or the cost will be a reduced subscription cost?
Hi, Ashley Carpenter with Atkins. There still will be a yearly subscription cost, but because the district is going with the GSA contract, the rate is better for that. And the integrations that are mentioned in that follow-up are, you know, with the savings really from going to the GSA contract, there's opportunity then to purchase some of the add-ons that eBuilder offers that AECOM is recommending.
Okay, and are we purchasing those add-ons now?
No, so this particular item is just to do the GSA contract, and the $67,000 that you referenced for the 3-month extension, so that's being paid now. That's, you know, for the period ending this month. And then the new contract, which is this item, there are a few small things that are sort of included in this contract that were not included in the previous contract, but there are other items that will come forward. And AECOM is currently preparing, you know, what those options are and the pricing associated with that.
Okay, because it's frustrating for me as a school board member to, you know, I guess like have this excuse that we're not using eBuilder to its fullest extent possible, And then I keep hearing about these add-ons, and I thought we already got all the add-ons, and now you're telling me, or I'm hearing, no, we're not there yet. We still have more add-ons that we need to buy to be able to use eBuilder to its fullest extent possible. So it's very frustrating to me. I'd like to know when we are finally going to be at the point in time where we have all the add-ons, we can use eBuilder to its fullest extent possible, and move this bond forward.
I completely appreciate that, and I hope that I can offer a little bit of reassurance that there's, you say to the fullest extent possible. That's correct. This does not implement eBuilder to the fullest extent possible. And frankly, I don't know if the school board will ever want to go all the way to that point, because there are significant costs that would be associated, particularly with SAP integrations and things like that. But, however, there are so many things and so many steps that can be taken that are intermediary that will really help streamline things and implement. AECOM has really great ideas of how they want their processes to flow. And there's lots of things that can be done even for no cost. And those things are already in the works, so that's already happening. And their relationship with eBuilder is such that they even have been able to secure some items for free that typically eBuilder might charge for. Is that okay? And end of next week, Kathleen was just saying, because she's preparing the list of the things that would be necessary to have, and then good to have, and then sort of nice to have, with prices. So end of next week is when you can anticipate that happening. But this is a first step. This kind of has to happen, for any of that stuff to happen.
Sure, and I just want to make the comment that there's significant costs that are adding on to this bond by us not using eBuilder to its fullest extent possible. So I'm looking forward to that being brought forward, and us to say that now we have all the tools to use eBuilder and no more excuses. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on 0011? All in favor of 0011 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to move item RR1 to the floor?
So moved.
Second?
Been moved by Ms. Corn, second by Ms. Good. Any public input on RR1? Ms. Corn.
Thank you. This was really my request. I had mentioned this at agenda planning review. If maybe staff, Ms. Marte, Mr. Renzi, whoever you think is appropriate, could just speak to this item a little bit more in a public setting so it doesn't go without further notice. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Through the chair, Judith Marte, Chief Financial Officer. The item in front of you, RR1, requests authorization from the board to go to market, to the financial market, to sell the third tranche of government obligation bonds in an amount not to exceed $278 million. The staff brought this proposal based on cash flows of money that's gone out of the program already, actual checks to vendors, expenditures. And at this point in time, we only have $4 million left in the second tranche to spend. So at this point, we've spent nearly of GO bond money, $400 million of the bonds have been fully expended, and checks have been issued to the vendors who provided services. With that said, I don't want to alarm anybody. There's millage money associated with the program that's available to keep us until we sell these bonds. The Financial Advisory Committee unanimously approved the amount and the structure of this. It will be a competitive sale. It is expected, given exceptional favorability in the market, that these bonds will be sold at a significant premium over the face par value. The par value is what the taxpayers pay the debt service millage on. We've also, in anticipation of a favorable vote from the board, already completed the entire prospectus and gone out for our bond ratings to both Moody's and S&P. Moody's issued their press release on our bonds last night. And if I may, for just a minute, our bonds will be rated AA2. Outlook for the district is stable. The ratings rationale reflects a large and diverse tax base, a manageable level of debt service and pension burden, and narrow but improving finances. The rating outlook is stable. Factors that could impact future ratings, a favorable upgrade we would need to have a material increase in our fund balance for that to happen. What could result in a downgrade for future ratings, a decline in fund balance, substantial erosion of our tax base, or material increases in district fixed and ongoing costs. If the board has any questions, I'm very, very happy to answer them. We expect it, with a favorable vote from the board, to go out to market immediately.
Thank you.
Any other comments? All in favor of RR1 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to move item 004 to the floor?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Corn, second by Ms. Rupert. Any public input on 004?
Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. So I was torn on running in here the first time. We didn't have this, how the performance-based fees were going to be calculated, and I'm still trying to figure out exactly how that works. On attachment A, it refers to this attachment, and that the multiplier, the performance index for the multiplier reduction is established at 0.85. So I'm not sure how we get to 0.85. I'm told that for each of these criteria, if it's a full 10%, then that's 10%. If not, you reduce it by 1%. So for each of these, it would be a reduction of the percentage. But that's not explained here. And the person that I could ask is forbidden because of the cone of silence. So this follows the same format as the PMOR did. In the RFQ, this is going to be in a monthly executive summary, each of these, and they report on them. They added cost estimates, but removed a couple of them, like project quality adherence, which may be less their issue than the PMORs, which might be the reason for its removal. So the task force will be going through this one much like we went through the PMOR, performance-based fees. But just to clarify, there are two evaluation tools. One is a subjective rubric that's completed by the district. That should correlate with these objective metrics. So there's another tool that needed to be presented here, which is the subjective rubric with the subjective categories. I didn't see it offhand. I'm not sure if it's in there. Somebody could explain whether it is. And then the clarification on this. The thing with the PMOR, they're coming back for an amendment to the agreement. So there's nothing stopping this from coming back in the future with an amendment if there's something in here that needs to be revised. Especially if you're missing one, which is called out in the RFP, if you're missing one of the evaluation tools, it would need to come back, which it appears you are. And then the explanation. So if you include this now, my recommendation is to make sure you're very clear on how this works, because there isn't, as you can see, any verbiage that explains how we're getting to the 85 or less. The rest of it, just from glancing at it, seems straightforward. This went through RSM, the audit committee, but since this is sort of the math behind how they're being evaluated, we all got it at the same time. So we'll again review this at an upcoming facilities task force meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion, any board member discussion? Ms. Allerdale.
Yeah, so I don't understand why this didn't come to us in the agenda planning review meeting. So can Mr. Girardi explain what we're looking at?
what you're looking at right now was inadvertently left out of the package as the attachment. Again, it was caught this morning. And at least catching it this morning, it's now part of the contract now. If it wasn't caught at all, we would be coming back with an amendment to add it. So that is the rubric that we've negotiated and put together with Atkins on their performance-based fee. So I don't know, I don't remember what was in the original package for APS, but I'm assuming it was left out, but I would have to go to see if that package had it. So.
Ms. Allen,
Does
you have
does
a
that
follow-up?
answer your question on why
Well,
you didn't get it last time?
I mean, I know it's not really, we shouldn't be going into such great detail now, but since during the agenda planning, I think it's, can you go into a little bit more detail of exactly what we're looking at? Since it didn't happen in the agenda planning?
I don't know how much it would have been discussed in the agenda planning in detail, if it was part of the package, and again, I don't know if it was part of that package, but what that is the deliverables that Atkins is required to supply per the RFP. And weights were put on each item to develop the 0.85% where it's the discretion, or 0.75 where it's automatic, a reduction of 0.01 of their multiplier. It's the same format as the PMOR. It is just a different type of rubric because Atkins does something completely different than the PMOR. They do a lot of reporting where it's a little harder to evaluate them on the reporting.
Was anything left out?
Was anything left out?
Yep, was anything left out from the?
Not from what we believe, no.
I'm sorry?
Not from what the team that did the negotiations. That was all part of the negotiations.
Thank you.
Any other questions on 004? I'm sorry, 004. All in favor of 004 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Are there any other items, Dr. Neesmith?
Madam Chair, based on my records, you have exhausted all of the items for today's meeting.
I'm going to ask if you guys could pause a moment for a moment of silence. I got an indication that we lost an ESP from Castle Hill this morning, Miss Annette Walters, who was a dedicated ESP who loved her students and her staff, and they will truly miss her. Can we observe a moment of silence for Miss Walters at this time? Thank you. So are we going to shift to public comment now?
Yes, Madam Chair, the public was noticed in our advertisement that the public speaking portion of the meeting would occur either at 5 o'clock or at the conclusion of the regular school board meeting, whichever comes first.
Okay. Do you have stuff that was submitted online?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do have one submission online for public speaking, and that comes from Mr. Stephen Barrow. Good afternoon, board members, Mr. Runcie, and staff. My name is Steve Barrow, and I have been a strong advocate for the children of Broward County for almost 10 years. My comment today speaks to the cohesiveness of the committees and advisories associated with Broward County Public Schools. As we all know, the Diversity and Equity Committee was formed from the lawsuit highlighting inequities in our school system. Some of the conditions include technology, facilities, and access to a quality education. This is why I'm confused to see that after almost 30 years, we still have schools in substandard conditions, and our facilities task force is slow to address these issues or even acknowledge that they exist. We have schools lacking in technology, and our technology committee tend to look the other way as long as the schools in their community have the technologies that they need. We have schools with AP, IB, honors, and dual enrollment classes, but teachers are not experienced and or qualified to teach them. With a combination of these things, students in lower performing schools are still expected to keep up with their counterparts. We must remember that every school in Broward has 3 board members, 2 at large and the 1 for that district. Yet we only see 1 board member fighting for the underserved schools. We have principals, administrators, and teachers who refuse to send their children to the very school that they work in. That speaks volumes. Let's be honest. Would you eat at a restaurant where the chef and the owner refused to let their children eat? The lawsuit that created the Diversity and Equity Committee was about 30 years, and still we're fighting the same battles. I believe the main issue is that as people of color, we fight for everyone, but no one fights for us. We fought for equality for the LGBTQ plus students. We stood by the Muslim community as they fought to add 2 holidays to the school calendar, and we stood by the Parkland community during their tragedy. But when it's time to fight for schools like Parkway and Stranahan, we're standing in the room alone. Imagine how much progress we can make if we had others standing with us. So yes, when I said the cohesiveness of the committees and advisories associated with Broward County Public Schools, I was being sarcastic. Madam Chair, that's the conclusion of the public speakers that submitted a request to address the board online.
Thank you. First on the list, I have Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Okay, so just to further clarify, since I happen to still be here, thought I'd be out of here. The RFP lays out what both program managers will report in the executive summary every month and then quarterly. And there's a list. So that went sideways during the PMOR negotiations. It's a lot more clear in round 2 with the CPCM. However, there are items listed on page 49 of 105 in the RFP that don't appear in the performance evaluation deliverables. So the thing is to just go back and find out why. You're going to have an amendment for the PMOR. You're going to have an amendment for this one because the RFQs are, the RFP is laid out the same as the RFQ. In 6.5.2, the CPCM evaluation is based on 2 evaluation types. One is subjective, one is objective. These are the objective measures. In a perfect world, you have convergent validity where the subjective evaluation correlates highly with the objective metrics. For example, you shouldn't have people telling you something exceeds expectations in terms of, and this is different from the PMR, which I've been looking at, but if they're way over budget, they shouldn't say that, cost actual is, perfect when they're way over budget, just as an example. So the subjective rubric is mentioned in 6.5.2. I don't know that it was attached here. I didn't see it. So that would be an amendment. And then there are a couple other things. Again, if there's a logical reason for leaving it out, that's fine. I will tell you that RFI response times has been an issue, which goes back to what's going into eBuilder in terms of raw data versus PDFs. So we'll have to find out if that's actually going to happen, or where they report RFI response times. They should, but we're finding out that lack of data is hampering some of the efforts to report things. So I just want to point that out again, but if I'm not jumping up and down, it's because I know we'll just be back with an amendment once it's been reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you. Carlton Call.
Madam Chair, I believe the remaining public speakers have left the meeting.
Okay.
No longer here.
Thank you. So now is the time I ask if any board members have any comments. Ms. Good?
I just wanted to thank staff. I thought the agenda planning session was very helpful in having an opportunity to hear dialogue from my colleagues ahead of time, and also, the opportunity then to have discussions with staff more focused on any particular issue that we may have. I understand sometimes it's a little more difficult to get follow-ups, so close to the meeting, but I did appreciate that dialogue and that opportunity, and I hope that we will continue to have them, especially since we have, more items at a given meeting. So again, I thank staff, the superintendent, and my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hickson, you have a comment?
I'm not sure if I can bring up what I want to based on, no, okay.
Go ask Ms. Myrick, and then we'll come back. Any other comments? You good, Ms. Hickson?
Well, I'm not, but I can't talk about it, so.
Okay. All right. May I have a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting? Been moved by Ms. Corn, second by Ms. Good. This meeting is adjourned.